Let's see here. Make sure I've got my streams open so I can moderate everything in moderation. That to moderation mode. Boom. Okay. Chat up here. Let my computer catch up a bit with all the stuff I'm doing. Now I'm going to set my graphics down even lower. Do we have like advanced graphics? Or is it just general? High, medium, low? My computer's not the greatest. It does what it can, but it still has issues at times. You working? Alright, we had just cleared out that system up there. Let's take this one. And we're going to... How do I plug that into my backpack? Do I still have my backpack equipped? That's another good thing to check. Okay, I do. There you go. That's not one. Man, that backpack charges quick. Alright. There we go. Out of pistol ammo. That is something we will definitely want to fix. You two guys have been just chilling here, so let's go on ahead and load you into the ship. There you go. Hey, Malthor. I actually set up some stuff for the stream. Oh, good. Your looks like your comment popped up in my stream. That's good. Yes. Yeah. So I've been trying to set up some more things. I've also got a Stug cam set up, so if he does go lay down on the couch, I can turn on a camera and people can see him being all stuggy and cute. However, right now he is pouting. We were playing outside. And then some gentleman needed to access the property to work on some things. Stug was not fond of having to stop the play. Drop the net again. I'm not sure what yet you pump water for, but we've got the ability to. He is a very poor puppy right now. He is not feeling very loved. He is very loved, but right now he is, saying he doesn't feel loved. It's the poor puppy syndrome. The more pitiful he looks, the more he gets what he wants. So he knows that, and he wants to take advantage of it if he can. Oops, that Ultra Tech scrap seems like that's important and valuable. Me, I'm doing pretty good. Yesterday and today I've been redoubling my efforts to make myself, like, go walk for a while or at least do a few sets of push-ups throughout the day. And so, chest is a little, like, tight right now, but at the same time, I'm realizing that I really should have kept on my push-up reps over the years. My fault for letting them get slack, because now I actually can't do a on-the-ground push-up just because I haven't done it for years. But if even at my heaviest, back whenever I was I was in the 400-pound range, I could still do a push-up. But I've let it set so long that now it's hard. So, working on correcting that. I can get back to where, I could do quite a few in a relatively short amount of time. That'd be ideal. True. I mean, something is better than nothing. Though this, the PT test Monday, originally it was going to be just a certain amount of walking, from what I understood. Now they've decided it needs to include sit-ups, which aren't a problem, and then push-ups, which I'm not that good at push-ups, like I just said. So, working on that. Now, I'm not going to make a huge amount of improvement by Monday, but let's grab all this stuff. Neotritium? Was that what that said? Fancy name thing. Neutronium. Neutronium. Huh. Don't have much of that. Plasma gel. Titanium. Carbon fiber. Aluminum. Okay. Let's take these cans of paints up to the deck. Yeah, if they would have told me that 3 months ago, I would have been actually on it all this time, because I had nothing better to do other than sit in anxiety and worry about things. So, very funky. Okay. Kind of reminds me of Reptar from the Rugrats for some reason. But you know what? I kind of like the, overly industrial look. Now, I think we will... Which one? The, 90s art. Like, cubicle art or something. I don't want to just fly a I mean, Sea Dragon kind of thing. That's not so bad. This is just the company's logo. Already got that on the deck. Yeah. Oh, actually, I like the no flag. The hawk is cool. Okay. Or the no paint. No scheme. No scheming. Now, are the paints still in my inventory? They are. Okay, so let's go put them in. You know what? There's lots of empty space here. And it needs an alloy frame, which sounds about right. Let us just build 5. Build 5. Just let our robo bodies do something while we... And... You know, these little glow sticks don't seem that useful. I don't know if I want to spend a point to learn how to do those. The photo drone, from what I understand, is just for getting into secrets, but it's only 1 point. We do want to get a fabricator. Pole stabilizer sounds nice. Let's see. The next level of electric generator. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Let's grab that. Oh yeah. Um, on all the guides, somebody said you need to put some stuff on your stream to make it look professional. Okay, I'm probably gonna make my logos smaller. A few other things, but they were like, you need to have a goal. Yeah, yeah. Tip goal, huh? What are we gonna do? Take over the world. $1 million. She's like, nope, yeah, no, that has to be it. That it has to. Binoculars, friendly, sweetheart. Oh, so we can get some of those little crawling alien things to help us. What's the beeping? I think that might be that my electric has filled up. Yeah. So now it's just tottering back and forth on what it wants to use. Okay. I did kill the critters that were nearby. Speaking of which, that was something I was out of earlier, was bullets. I don't know how many makes a stack, but let's build a bunch. Let's see. Do we want to do anything else at the immediate moment? Not really. Oh, wait. Was there optics that I could get for my bolt pistol thing? Because a better target reticle that told me where I was going to be shooting would be really nice. Courier skimmer. Okay. Breacher barrel. Flame grenade, laser sight. Laser sight's probably what we're looking for, I guess. Night sight. Okay, some of these require certain quests to be done. Petrol engine cylinder. Suppressor barrel. Pistol shard. Okay. Huh. There's all kinds of stuff I can build in here. Yeah, let's do that. Did you hear that thunder, little puppy? Did it startle you? Little boy jumped up. Kind of startled me how fast he jumped up. He bumped my chair. Hmm. There we go, and... Alright, let's check how much weight we're carrying. Yeah, no, he hates it when it's raining outside. He wants to play so bad, and it really has me wanting to, whenever I get on the homestead, if the bank doesn't take the cabin before I can get this job going. When I get on the homestead, I'm seriously considering setting aside money slowly but surely to buy him, like, what's called a slat mill, or whatever, those dog treadmills. So that way when it's rainy and he doesn't want to go outside, he can have somewhere to go. Okay, it doesn't take long before you're down where the pressure starts to hurt you, so that's good to know. Need to work on that. Yeah, a nice big pavilion would be nice, but I wonder how much he would actually get to run and do things. This had quite a lot of stuff in it. Oh, now he's crying a little bit because it's he got startled because of the thunder earlier. Now he's upset. He wants to go outside and check it, but I'm busy right now. And we just came back inside. Also, it is very, very humid outside. It's like there's weather rolling in level of humid. You know what? Just drop everything that was inside. Yes, it does. That's fine. going to build. So one trick that a friend told me that's kind of, yeah, um, I do also want to have like a large roofed area for the sake of just having a cooking area. Also, I'd like to dabble in the idea of some solar panels. Um, to me, that just seems like a cool idea. I'm not going to like invest absolutely into depending solely on solar panels, but at the same time, out here in the middle of nowhere, utilities go down all the time. So having the ability to keep things running for a little while. Alright, let's go up on the roof. Oh yeah, let's drop off a lot of our supplies. In this one we are going to do metals. Let's see if we can kind of sort of organize things. In this one, let's do plastics or let's do components in this last one. Maybe we should have, perhaps also add oddities into there. There. Now what else do we have? Memories. Okay. Were you doing memories? We'll take those components out. Yes. Salt bloom. Huh. Interesting. Alright. No? What I grab? You go back up there. Let's see, did I Do I have the ability to make that standing light? Did I not grab it? I did not grab it. Okay. Next level up, we're going to grab some lights, because that is safe areas from the critters. I really wish you could close the cabin. I can close this. There we go. Chill in here for a little bit while we wait for night to pass and all the gribblies to go away. I eat a little bit of my sandwich while I listen to the thunder outside. Of course, now that I have picked up my sandwich and my soda, I have lots of Stug's attention. There you go, Bubba. Who is a spoiled rotten puppy? Yeah, big yawn. Hopefully the storm won't interrupt my internet connection too much. I really need to build those deck lights next level up. That way I could be walking around on deck, and these things would be dying just from being out in the light. Which means I could still do things. Real quick, just checking to make sure. There we go. What's in there? Storming outside. All right. Lots of biomatter for our generator. I know, little mother. It is hard being a puppy. Everything feels like it should be able to happen right now. Oh. Oh wait, whenever I flipped that switch in here, did it shut down the whole ship? I think it did. Yep, it did. Well, now I know I can shut down the whole ship in a hurry if I need to. He is talking now. Let me see if I were to. Pull that down. All right. The game is like, you're overweight. I know, I'm trying to fix that. Okay, now then. We want to build these. How much space do they actually require? Alright, now let's try this again. Now then. Wait, did I miss? Yes. No, we'll do it that way. All right. Grab that one. Jump over the rail. Put that there. All right. Who is trying to get a hold of me? Nothing important. Just chat. Gotcha. All right. Let's see if I can squeeze in maybe 3 more. Yeah. Let's go down below deck, queue up a few more parts. Let's turn you up. Build 5, build 5, build 5. How many? Once we do get the ability to start building batteries, that's going to be a nice change. Add more storage to the ship. You know what, while I'm working, just go ahead and keep ourselves plugged in. Wouldn't that be kind of awesome if you could like go into work, plug yourself into the outlet, and not run out of energy? Just be like, oh, I'm still trucking. I don't know though. Knowing might charge you for the access to the power, which on one hand you are using their power. On the other hand, I'm working. I don't know. But that'd be kind of awesome, like, out on my homestead, right? Get my solar panels finally set up and plug myself into the solar panel grid, and while I'm out there, like, mowing the yard, I'm just, you know, need to still stay hydrated and stuff, but I don't get drained, I don't feel tired. Heck, maybe make a second plug-in that comes off of me and goes into a electric weed eater. Go full Adam Jensen. Just, you know, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for the yard keeper's life. Let's see here. Do we have that anti-roll? Yes, hull stabilizer. Gotta build that. We're gonna build it right below the oops. I'll reel that in. I was meaning to pick up the biomatter. That needed to be plugged into power? Of course it does. Makes sense. Yeah, this place is already like a chaos of wires, so we'll just go across like that. Hmm. Okay. Five. Turn that on. Don't stick your hand in there. No, wait. There's no reason to grind that. We're still positive some power. I'd like if we were positive more power, but you know what? I don't use the bolt gun. It's just really weak feeling. There we go. This is plastic. Okay. And y'all in here. Let's put our biomatter and our biomatter processor thingy. Let's kick on the generator for a bit. We have all the solar panels up and going. Yes, we do. Alright, let's go ahead and kick off and go somewhere else. I don't want to go there. I don't know what's there, but I'd like to go see it. we're still anchored, maybe? Or is just rearward thrust kind of slow? I need to get a make one of the generators that will turn bio stuff into diesel, so that way I can kick on both my electric and diesel generators. That'd be nice. It is cool watching all the solar panels like turn. Are they gonna clip? How close? Real close. Okay. While we're just slowly rolling towards the next place, how are you all today? You know what, I just realized the rear two, I've got time. The rear two solar panels aren't even connected to the grid. Doesn't really help much now that it's nighttime, but it'll help once the day starts back up. Let me... Never mind. Now that it is nighttime, I'm going to kill the throttle. There we go. And... wait for the Gribblies to come out. While we're here, go on ahead and save. It is kind of fun that the save point is in my safe room. Might add some more electric turbines. I mean, some more wind turbines. Electric turbines. Yeah, they're still electric. Oh yeah? Begging little puppy? Begging little puppy? You do not like that it's raining outside again, do you? It is raining. I'm sorry, I can't do a thing about that. Not one thing. Da, da, da. People talking to me. Okay, just chatting. Alright. I've got a stabilization device on the ship and it's still rocking that much. Went ahead and give it the good old TF2 smack with a wrench a few times. Would the puppy feel better about the rain if I gave him some of my sandwich? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, puppy has puppy eyes. Here. There you go. Okay, that was like something bumping the boat. Interesting, they're not coming up on the boat this time. They're it's like down in the water smacking against the boat. Can I... Are they doing damage? Maybe just a little bit. I don't know how much damage your boat just like takes over time. Thank you. Do they have trouble getting up on the boat if I don't have the anchor down? Oh, talking puppy. It is raining outside and I don't like it. Alright. Let's put our applicable biomatter in here. All this is... yeah. That's not good for a motor. Don't know if it matters in this game. Probably doesn't, but... Let the anchors pull up. Of course, we were very close to where we were going, weren't we? That's kind of want to. Probably might not, should, but I want to. Nice. I love how they do the tactical slap after a reload. This is how I did it in John Wick. Smack. Okay, that does look like a mooring point. Cool. Now then. There we go. Broken Angel, huh? You seem pretty heavy. Can I scan you? No. I can, however, hack apart your corpse. And I shall do it. Bioflesh, huh? this way for a second, do a little more looking around. Oh, Stug, that's some more thunder, huh? There's thunder and lightning and a wane. None of Stug's favorite things. Thank you. First things we can do here then is start routing some power. Oh, not that button. There we go. There we go. Let's tear up some more stuff so we can have some... Hey, how you doing, Gate? Sorry, I just noticed you. You know, that's just the way life seems to be. There's something I'd really like to be notified about. We'll see. We may notify you. We may not. Although, I admit, Gate, I have notifications turned off for just about everything that's non-essential on my phone. Because I found that I was just... I was just miserable with constant notifications to my phone. So, I still have Facebook and other things. I just don't use them or get notifications about them until I want to have notifications about them. Does that make sense? I feel like I could have phrased that better. But I can, you know, I don't have things shoved in my face. If I want to get on Facebook, I'll get on Facebook. I don't have a constant barrage of, hey, somebody said something on Facebook. You need to check it out. Hurry, hurry. I know it is raining outside and you are not a happy puppy, are you? Wait, I've got power hooked up to this thing. I might need to... be here to gribbly noises, so I probably need to fix something somewhere. There was a ladder here. I don't mind talking to people on Facebook. As a matter of fact, there are quite a few friends that I have internationally that's the only way I know how to get a hold of them. Because we met through groups on Facebook when I was younger and actually, you know, got on Facebook for more than just a few seconds. Yeah, for me, like, if you want to get a hold of me, text message, and then Discord. And email, I'm not as likely to check. I do keep it pretty emptied. I hate letting emails pile up. But I may go hours without checking it. One thing that's kind of funny is I have friends who just swap between what they message you with. They may start a conversation on Discord and then text message me, and it just kind of swings around to wherever the last thing they were in. I just carry on wherever they text me or message me from next. Oh. The weight's getting high. Game's telling me you're getting fat. I already know. Ah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. Be nice to your knees. You'll miss them when they leave. Did I hold on to Bioflash, or can I just recycle that? Or turn it into biofuel? Let me check. Does it say renewable? Okay. So it's not something I need to worry about, like, having limited access to. I got it from breaking down a angel corpse, I'm guessing that's a relatively large drone or little robot. Oh yeah, started this stream, I upgraded most of my solar panels to level 2. Let's see what we've got in the net. You know, I rarely trust take all or like saves that happen way too quick in games. It's like, no, 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 no. Did I really do what I thought I would do? I shouldn't have put up all that scrap after I refined it. You know, you saying "Let's ask Google," that makes me think of just the other day I was discussing with a team member at my job how awesome and yet how horrible Google is. We get so, you know, people get so lazy sometimes. They just ask Google, and whatever Google says is the God handed down truth. And we were in the situation of someone said, "Let's ask Google," whenever it came to a legal question. And the team lead was looking through the legal documents on what we should do, and Google was like, "No, no, totally do that. It's fine. There's no way you can get in trouble." And he was like, "No, here's the law. We can't do that." It's like AI. Yeah, you can totally microwave gasoline to make a marshmallow filling or something. And people are just like, "Yeah, let's microwave the gasoline to make marshmallow filling." No. No, it doesn't work like that. Yes, we've all heard the rumors that like marshmallow filling is basically hyper refined petroleum products. I think it's technically a gelatin that's fluff, but still. Yeah. I am not a fan of even being in a courtroom where I think I may have to do anything in any capacity more than just drop in and, you know, pick my brother up because he had jury duty a little while back. Something like that. You know, I've had jury duty once. Not my idea of a good time. I would prefer to avoid ever having to deal with it again. Oh, hi! Things. Follow me to the mystical world of make-believe on a boat of dreams. Ooh, I hope I never get sued. I may. You know, with how sue happy everything is nowadays, you can never discount it, but I hope I don't. It's one of the reasons that whenever a friend of mine asked, have I ever considered going back to work in educational assistance and security for schools, I'm like, no, I'll never deal with parents ever again. I didn't get sued or anything like that, or even have any beginnings of a legal anything, but I saw a very good teacher who was basically an angel get sued for basically the parents thought that she was way too nice and wanted to see her get knocked down a peg. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, whenever fender benders happen. I'll be honest, I've only ever been involved in one wreck in my life, and thankfully it was real cut and dry. Two parties. Um, a city in Texas had shortened their yellow light time down to, I mean, it would go green, yellow, red. There was no pause in the middle. And I had a third generation Camaro, a 90s model, and I just slid through the intersection because it was a 55 and the light just went green, yellow, red. And I had no anti-lock brakes, old Camaro, and yeah, I just slid through the intersection and hit a car. The girl that was in the other side coming into the intersection, she was waiting at the light and just did not look at all to see if anyone was coming. Once she got the green light, she just started turning across. Ah, yes. Believe it or not, I at one point had a deuce and a half, and that was the vehicle I felt most safe going anywhere in. And of course, 7 miles per gallon, and so loud you had to use hearing protection in the cab. It was not fun. Didn't have air conditioner, but it was a fun truck and the most durable truck I've ever had. It had the old stamped steel plate on the dash that said this vehicle tops out at, and then they stamped out on the plate and then installed it 48 miles per hour. And I mean, that engine redlined at like 1800 RPMs. You know, that big old Hercules multi-fuel was not made for high revving, screaming, M35A2D was the model I had. I like the style of those old Suburbans. Um, I knew a gentleman who refurbished and completely took the frame off, fixed it, took the body off the frame, took this old 70s GMC Jimmy down to its individual parts, um, cut open all the seams, rolled them back out, made sure there was no rust, rolled them back up. I mean, he did the full diligence. Um, Once he coated the underside, uh, then he layered it with kind of like Rhino liner, pretty much, but it was smooth for the most part. Then set it back on the frame. I mean, he did everything he could to make this old Jimmy just as nice as he could. And the sad part was, then he lost it to a divorce. um, the lady wanted to take what he had spent all that time working on. And so she made sure that he either had to sell or give her that Jimmy. Yeah. And it was also what I knew of it. It became she had an affair. She tried to hide it. She couldn't hide it. And then because she was cheating, said that he obviously had to be cheating. When they couldn't find any evidence that he was cheating. As a matter of fact, all the times that he said he was going out to hang out with his friends, guess what? We all were there, and we had even transactions as proof and stuff. But since she cheated, in her mind, he had to cheat, because if she does it, he obviously does it too, right? And so, it just wasn't a good situation. You know, I've thought about that, because I know that not all, prenups don't always protect you. I need aluminum and silver. Oh. I can repair that one. It is really kind of sad, though, that something that used to be, like, as sacred as marriage has now had to be so... you have to be so on guard. But that's, you know, hookup culture and all that stuff. All the fun words and titles and stuff. It's too easy to marry, and people don't take it seriously. They don't give it the weight and time that such a decision needs. Of course, I'm saying this as a guy who is just, who has always been very careful, because I had always said that I believe marriage is sacred, and if you marry, there should be no just writing it off. Just, oh, we're done. You know, you need to stick through with it, especially if you have kids. And not many people see it that way. Ooh, oh, you can hang from these? That's kind of fun. But yeah, not many people see it that way. They don't want to care. How about that? All these are on, right? Hmm. Yeah, I'd give it that. I really think that, you know, it, um, okay, come on, let me in. There's power hooked up to you. Is there a plug-in under here I need to plug up that I'm missing? Kind of seems like it. Oh. Well, what I'm gonna do, real quick, is go ahead and hit this guy. Oh, lots of power stuff. We will take that. Being under something like this just makes me feel tense, even though I have no, like, oxygen meter or anything like that. It's just the open ocean thing. Straight up, just like, no, 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 no. That was worth a shot to look around. So this says it needs power. We're interesting. It zaps me if I touch it. Let's see, is there a plug-in somewhere up here on the platform? Wait, can I get up there? Scan that, alright. York. Did it make it? It did. Yeah, that's a good thought. A door just behind a pallet would definitely make sense in a game that's kind of a loot goblin kind of game where you're supposed to grind and take just about everything you can lay your hands on. Alright. Lift, come on, thank you. If it's on the boat, we can always cut it up later. I'm kind of glad that I recently threw more points into my lifting and throwing. That thing in the back there looks nice. I wonder what it is. Oh, come on. Thank you. Angel Lazarus file. Well, no, I'm just throwing them on the boat right now since my inventory's full. I'll grind them and get the double experience. Nothing there. No, no quartz here. See? There's the door. Go around back. There's the ladder that goes up top. Make sure I didn't miss anything over here. Do a quick little check the undercarriage. Don't see anything. Same over here. Some rooftop access I didn't notice the first time, like a grate maybe I can knock off. So apparently once we get this powered up, those lights will come on. Let me return to a thought that I had earlier. While that's going, let's take a look at these. I got you, bub. You take care, Gate. We'll see you when you get back. Medium battery. That sounds very, very nice to have. Same for the diesel tank. And we'll grab one of these. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And pop. Oh, completely out of battery. Plug my tail into the local system. Roll that up. Just because I've got this weird suspicion that they want me to use this station's power grid. Just plug that in, just to be sure. Okay. Some memories up. Hmm. Let's take a look at what we can build. So we can do diesel tanks and medium batteries now. Okay, we will need to start doing, or making diesel, I should say. You know what, let's go on ahead, go down here. Hard to know what time it is with all the doors shut and there's no windows. Yeah, we'll let those guys just chill out there until the sun comes up. There you go, Bubba. You want some? Here. Have some chicken. Good boy. How much chicken left here? We'll split it. There you go. Now then, let's give a quick peek outside, see what it's like. Still all dark and death. See if I have another. No, that's a petrol container. Pull that up. There you go. Enjoy the fun. they're supposed to die as the sun comes up, right? So. What else do we have going on that we need to do? Basically just still figure out how to get into that building. That's, I think, all that we have going for us. You know what? I know something I do want to do. Boom. Right there. Take this cable. Oh, no. Hold up. Use for a second there. Then let's plug you in up. No. Stop. Right there. Okay, so we are getting power off of this place, but it is not accepting power for whatever reason. I think Gate was right. Maltor, if you are still here, help me remember to tell Gate whenever he comes back that he was right. There was a way to get into this building from underneath. Slightly different kind of table. That's okay. Just help me remember to tell Gate whenever he comes back. He was right. There was a way to get in from underneath. I just didn't see it. You had to go down and climb up some broken, like, catwalk sticking out from underneath this place. Eating anything good? I hope so. Well, I guess that's always the truth, isn't it? Will we remember? Maybe. So then, let's see here. Ah, and chicken's always good. Quests. Gyro blueprinters, Lazarus, none knowingly available. Alright. We'll take that game. Man, life is stupidly expensive right now. Wrong buttons. Actually, while I've been waiting for this job to start, I've gained weight because I've been eating cheaper meals and doing more starches and carbs and less protein, because carbs and starch are just cheap. You know, you can buy noodles of various kinds for really cheap compared to buying, you know, ground meat or even just cheap chicken cuts like chicken breasts or legs. Throw some more of this memory stuff in here. Yeah. And it's sad just how cheap it is to get junk food versus real food. That all you got? Alrighty. One thing that's kind of crazy is seeing these like frisbee size, probably 2 to 3 inch thick pieces of billets of gold that this character, this robot, is just throwing into storage, and it's just like, man, if only. You know, actually, we can sit you out on the floor somewhere. Yeah. Everything is nasty, Bubba. Just about. It's amazing how much lighter your character feels after dropping off a bunch of large, like torso-sized container batteries and probably what, 5-10 gallons of petrol. Now that the rig is properly powered, all right. Go. Anything good going on in here? Scan some shells. Slightly larger pallet. barrel. Tire. I didn't know I could scan the tire. Okay.
Caretaker, these sweethearts might possess a charming shape, but their internals have been corrupted. Scanning enough of them will allow me to reverse engineer their design and turn them into a tool you can use.
Okay. This game does one of the better sound effect files for a disc grinder. Like, I can practically smell the burning grinding disc whenever I hear this game's recording of a disc grinder. Things up and running, up and running. Okay. I didn't even see what he was holding. Assembly instructions. Alright. And then we're going to go here and build. There. And we're going to how much storage do we have for diesel at the moment? Actually, we're just about full. So we can definitely turn on our diesel engines. Okay. Oh, what's the matter, huh? Just a little bit. You want to get under the desk? Oh, it's dark outside, Bubba. Bubba? I remember right, Gates said that the Lazarus complex was causing people's computers to crash, so I should probably save before I head that way. Let me see if there's much more that I need or want in here. Kobe! Oh, that didn't go anywhere. Did all that. So it should be all done in that building. There's nothing on top anymore. The lights up here are on now. I don't think there's anything more for us to do. I got the one robot that was hanging by his foot out on the crane. He was holding some instructions. I think we're just done. Thank you, Pussy BCG. Thank you for following. Let's build a decent tank. And from what I was told, you can stick these under the ship, and they work just fine. Oh. If we build like a these. Does the ship's capacity as a whole show those tanks? Yes. Awesome. Let's build one more of these. We're gonna stick it back here. Build one of these. Stick it right there. No. There. Oh, that's water. There. Put you in there. Put you in there. This guy's got power he needs. Oh. Open the build. Open the tank. Ah. With that for a second. I want to pull that off and let it hang. Oh, is that the net? Cool. Thought I heard the phone ring for a second there. Oh, okay, so before we get started, let's save. I had mentioned that earlier. Got to doing other things. Save. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Is it that big that even though we're practically a mile away, it's that visible? That's pretty cool. In about 13 minutes, which will be 10 o'clock my time.
Found it. The Lazarus Complex. Its halls lie dormant, waiting for you to bring it back to life.
See, y'all put a lot of pressure on me. I'm just a little old robot. Those were sea mines. Those were not like these are resource drops. So it's a good thing I wasn't heading that way too fast. Hmm. Oh, can you not meleeing? Yeah, you can't melee if you're looking down sights. Kind of makes some sense. Other ways, kind of doesn't. But you know what? Now I know. No, not what I wanted to do. Hiccup, thank you. Anything else in here at all? Just a bit of environmental storytelling. All right. Power yet, so can't do anything in here. So ladder I'll kick down from up there. Select. Okay. easy to forget that the climbing system in this game's actually well done. These batteries don't give me much. Just gonna go ahead and use the rest of them because I'm just hauling them around right now.
The power's offline. We can't access the Hall of Humanity unless you find the main power. It should be on the roof.
Up there. Tick, 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 tick. Mighty dark around here. Oh, heck no. once I finish shoving all these batteries into my reserve, I'm going to see if I can make some more bullets. I offloaded most of my processed goods. That's right. Okay. Burp. Nope. Oh. Mm. Okay, it is past 10 o'clock, so what we're going to do is I'm going to... I think this is going to be a semi-safe place for me to leave the game for just a minute. We're going to go outside for a little bit. Come on. That look good? Does that look good to you? I know. Lip smacking little puppy. You know it's gonna be good. Well, actually, I just got back to my desk. Oh, there it goes. I let Stug outside and then noticed he had eaten all of his food. And then Made him, fixed him a new bowl of food and soft fried him an egg to go on top of it because it is Saturday, and I try to do something good for him on Saturdays. Just kind of a stupid human thing. There you go, little guy. Enjoy. I wasn't sure if you guys could actually hear me through whenever I was on the AFK screen or not. Which is why, as long as my what do you call it? As long as my stream is open in general, I don't howdy howdy. We got Gate and Maltor. Also, Gate, you were right. Shortly after you left, I dove in, and from a different perspective, I could see. Yeah, I could see there was a panel sticking down from under that building, and then I was able to climb up inside it. So you were right, but of course you left before you were proven right. That's just how irony loves to work. So I have encountered a mosquito swarm since you left Gate. I did, in fact, not have enough bullets. And now I'm in here in the tower, trying to survive long enough to get power flowing. And this is how I died last time. Yeah, parkour is normally how I die in games. Also, running from little gribblies while looking for a ladder is not, Yep. Let me go. Where's the auto backup slot load me to? So if it loads me to before I was really inside, that would be great. No? Great, okay. Nice. Okay, so there was a way to get back to my boat without having to go further in. That is great. Because I want to make a lot more bullets before I try that again. Go ahead and drain that. I've got 5 medium tanks to fill. Okay, what was that? Oh, they're trying to come after me, but they're dying when they come into the light, so not too horrible. There's the good boy. You saying, not the most intelligent worms. Did you ever happen to listen to the band, like they were a joke band or a parody band, the Arrogant Worms? They made like the Innuendo song and a bunch of other like fun, goofy songs. They were never a big band. They were like, they made goofy, fun songs. If you look up the Arrogant Worms Innuendo song, the whole song is baiting you into believing they're about to curse or say something explicit, and they never do. And that's the whole point of the song. Excuse me, Stuggy. I never keep up with like popular bands. Like I like what I like, and that's what I like. You know, old stuff like old metal, old rock and roll. Some of the new metal that's out there is okay. Then bands like Sabaton, a history metal band. Make me a bunch of bullets. A whole bunch of bullets. I like rock too. Well, okay. I know everybody says this, but I will listen to just about anything. I like a lot of different forms of electronica. rock and roll, metal, country, some bluegrass. It kind of depends. Hip hop has to have a good hook and has to be more interesting than just them bragging about like how much money they throw away every time they go to a club or something. Man, I remember back when Intermissions was still making music in the... I don't know if they were truthfully a German band. I believe they were. Or not band. It was a project, actually. It was an artist made a... I guess you'd say a group, because it was him as a technician making the music, but he had an opera singer and a few others to help him. But Intermissions was good around the early 2000s for industrial, what was it? German industrial operatic gospel inspired trance. There you go. Have some more. There you go. We still have some light thunder rumbling outside, so little Stug just was looking at his food bowl. Instead of eating the rest of his food and his egg, he was waiting to see if it was okay. And it's like, no, Bubba, you can have all you want. Made it for you. He's a good boy. A little worried, or a little worrisome, I should say. But a good boy. Yeah, Gate, I expanded my capacity for diesel by 5 medium containers, which I have under the keel of the boat. So, I have a lot of diesel capacity now. Yeah, a friend sent me a message earlier saying, did you know you could build batteries and tanks on the underside of your boat? And I was like, oh, that's cool, you know. What the dev could do is, instead of just saying, no, you can't do that, introduce wear or something that will attack the tanks on the underside of the boat. So then they're not just taking away the option, but now you have to constantly repair them. Yeah. Alright. It's nighttime. And I'm on an island that already spawns critters, so Are those ram sharks like already in the game? Do I have... Yes. Don't know why I didn't just press the build Q instead of going through that. But you know what? Here they come. Let me double check, buddy. I've got the basic lights. I think you mean these, the advanced standing light. Yeah, no, I don't have those yet. We will upgrade soon. Did I finish building this? Yes, I did. Let's quit that. And if I hit 8, okay, a little stronger light. Oh, well, yeah, there's always a nicer one, right? Not, I guess not always, but generally there's a nicer one. Yeah, they have that halogen light effect. A little too much of the kind of brownish orange light. Here you go, Loco. Yeah, I know. I had a napkin on my desk. You want it? I'll pick it up later. You'll tear it up and I'll pick it up. Dum, 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 dum. those two just purr away making electricity. Sink or glow sticks? I will definitely look around. Yeah, did you ever use any of those, any of the projectors that used to have the heavy tungsten filament bulbs? They put out a nice bright light, but they were oddly heavy. And if they were very warm and you moved them much, the projector was just screwed over. Cooling connector port to the optical lens. There it was. The lights just auto come on at night. That's cool. So. Have any organics? Let's check the net before we go back inside. Yeah, it's pretty full. The old base of the torch. Memories. Let's put the guitar. Oh. Okay, level 10. All right. Push button? Which button, Bubba? Oh, the light? Oh, they have a button on them? You mean the large, obvious button? Okay, and then I can just, oop, turn it off right there. There, alrighty. Hold up. What's eating up enough power to... Do I have the ability to make a petroleum tank yet? You know what? I've got some points. Let's take a look. Soil forge. Huh. Alright. I noticed that that seemed to be what it implied. Let's get the advanced standing light. Alright, now then. Do not have any biomaterials feed in there. Alright, so might as well keep those off for now. Alright. Got a feeling that battery's not going to have that running long enough for me to actually open that door. we go. No, she only wants me to scan broken, friendly little things. Alright. I'm not a fan of the parkour. Is there a ladder or something I can kick down the lower floors? Doesn't seem like it. Just carry on my wayward caretaker. Yeah, no. Um, okay. Yeah, it's a room full of beep boop and nope. Alright, looks like I just gotta go back downstairs and find some way else. Because we need power to get in here. There's no other things for me to access. So yeah. We will deal with the nope later. Red nope, blue nope, that nope, nope, nope. Alright, so. So if we're right here, near the roof, we just gotta go up just a little bit further. Need more power. It's not like they have signs painted on the wall here and there to tell me where to go. Nope. I totally thought I was going in the drink. It may have been a waste of bullets on that little thing, but I still was going to shoot it. I didn't care. Ah, that wasn't cyanide. Who was that? Parkour, parkour, parkour. Ah! I remember that. Then you got the one guy in Russian Badger's group that is amazing at doing like the Tom scream from like Tom and Jerry. Like he's got the Tex Avery scream down pat. I don't know who it is. Well, not even the Wilhelm scream. It's just the loud, like, Tom from Tom and Jerry whenever he gets something clamped on his arm or something and just scream. First things first, let's drop that down. All right. Hello, room of possible nightmares. Okay. Things seem normal so far, but that's where they get you. You relax, you let out that sigh, you go to reload, and as soon as you drop the magazine, boogie boogie. Okay. Okay. I heard critters, and then the fight music kind of started for a second. Need to climb up here. Get off the little portal turret wannabes. And oh, hi. Do I need to kill you? Yeah. It's these angel. This is one of the angels, right? Because we found a body earlier that looked like that. It said it was an angel's body. Yeah, I think I got hit by a ricochet earlier. Okay. Oh. Yeah. I mean, heck, if I was some giant thing flying overhead and I got hit by a bullet, I wouldn't care if the little guy on the ground was like, no, no, it was a ricochet or not. I'd be like, yeah, ricochet in my butt. Oh. Kind of remind me of the Knolls from Reboot a little bit. Just like sliding around making weird screeching noises. Did you hear that they have Mainframe Studio has gotten the original, really high-end digital tapes the show was made on and are completely remastering it and auto-correcting it for modern TVs and stuff because it was leveled out originally for CRT TVs, and now they've realized, looking back, that the show doesn't look good now on modern LCD. So they're fixing that. So there was nothing in here other than the blobs. Gotcha. Ooh, that's a lot of you. It's already empty. My backpack versus my actual batteries. The backpack just doesn't have much compared to my internal battery. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, I should have just ran. Where were we? Okay. So instead of playing with all the critters in the vents, let's work on addressing the main problem here, getting the power back on. It is cool that a bullet can sometimes take out multiple of them. That's what we're about to find out. I think we've got enough materials, we might can. Just one more of you guys, right? No? you're stuck in there. Not enough power. What if we... While waiting for the sun to come up a little higher, let's see if there's anything else. Not wanting to deal with all those at the moment. Oh, AutoMod got upset because you were talking too much? That sucks. Let's see. Hold on. Uh, at the moment, I don't see where I can turn that off right now while still in stream. I'll have to look through my settings later and figure out how to do that. I should have enough power going through it now, right? Oh. I probably have to hook it up to somewhere else, don't I? Auto moderation tools are nice until they're not. The day the auto mod attacked. Burp! Did I startle you, puppy? I'm sorry. He was sleeping and then I made a loud noise and I messed him up. He is coming over here to check. Just about. I mean, my middle name is Lee, so just slap Roy in there. Um, okay, so since the building does not care about this power at the moment, I care about the power. So excuse me, sir, while I just sip on this solar goodness. It ain't giving me much though. Let's see what's in that room over there. Can I get to it and still stay hooked up? No? Oh, okay. There's a small battery. There we go. Ah, shoot.
The power is restored. Now we can enter the Hall of Humanity.
The Hall of Humanity, huh? You make humanity sound like a good thing, lady. Save cable. In face. Okay, okay. It is nighttime, isn't it? I'm sorry. You know, there was a battery around here somewhere, wasn't there? Because I'm gonna drain that battery into myself. Well, that means this... I can. Just want to reach out and grab your head. Wait, hold on. Ah. That's what I get for keeping or looking at this thing while I did that. Alright. Grab, turn around. Thank you. Up. Standing here with my hose hanging out in front of everybody. See, that's, you guys don't, see this over here on Twitch, but, about once per stream, yeah, excuse me while I whip this out. About once per stream on Kick, I'll get somebody like, you know, hey, my homie's streaming and is about to do something horrible to himself. Go and watch his stream so he doesn't do it. It's like, what the heck? Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know your buddy, and if, like, he is willing to do something to himself because enough people are not watching him on Kick, I'm sorry, but dude needs more help than viewers. That's mean to say, I know, but that's just the truth of it. Wasn't there a horror movie that was like streaming? Some killer was like setting up streams, and the more people who came to see the stream, the more it accelerated the person on stream's fate or something like that. I swear there was a movie like that. Yeah, like one guy, he just like a message that he scraped into his chest with a razor and then had him on a blood thinner drip or something, and the more viewers, the more blood thinners that slowly were pumped into him. Let's see if I've got enough stuff to repair this last solar panel now. I hope so. Need glass. I should be able to just open this door now, though. Not with the power flickering like that. Wrong tool. One thing that's kind of sad is my job is all about like observation and noticing things and stuff like that. But once I get in a video game, I just go too fast. I should just slow down. The wind turbines actually would be great because they will generate power day and night. Quickly though, I think we have, well, we still don't have it actually refined. Hold on. Glass. That's what we needed. I love how in the shadow the character has like this wrench raised, looks like. And just running around with the wrench perfectly raised. I know we're a robot, and so comfort and that kind of stuff is not something the robot thinks about, but still, it's just goofy. We'll take this for now. Yeah. Those hips don't lie, dude's got posture. Yeah. Let me see if I can get these wind turbines up and running, though. That would be, as you said, the huge thing for... Actually, I find the actual crowbar to be a little better. It's just the Gordon Freeman that flows through it. It just has more power than even the Space Marine elbow strike or butt strike that flows through the bolter crystal. There we go. It just seems like whether it's more powerful or not, I doubt it. But it just seems like I'm able to hit more often what I'm aiming at, whether that just is because of some mental illness I have. That's probably the truth of it. Oh, I can't repair it because I do not have the power to do the job. Needs plastics. Let's build one of those. We'll slap it down right there. And then let's put one right up like there. And we'll just junction all these together into one big happy family. Needs more plastic. Man, that's slow. Alright. You do not have enough power. Alright, plastic. That was one of the things we needed. Let's see if we can get more of these up online. I also had to turn my settings down. My computer's not the newest or the greatest. As a matter of fact, it's a hand-me-down. So run you there. Run you right there. Need fabric for that. Okay. Let me see. Enhancers. We have 10 enhancement points. I kind of want to just put them all in battery. I really do. Yeah. I'm going to dump them all into battery. I like how he's smiling watching me do it, too. And he had little hearts in his eyes. Isn't that cute? Let's holster this so we can build these electrical cables while we wait. We needed fabrics. I probably need to look for another one of the duffel bags. I think I saw one pretty close by. I'm sure that more than likely I'm just literally looking over it and not at it. I tend to do that. Come here. Let's hook you into there. Oops. We'll hook that into... Let's reel that up. Never mind. Oh, more fabric. Need more plastic. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna build one more junction a little further out and split this up and make it better, make it more better. But first, I need more plastics, so. Could you imagine how chaotic you could make this game if you just absolutely did not care? Just dragging cables all over the place, having them going over and around railings. Let me see. That's a good question. Didn't mean to save in slot 5. Turn those into resources, turn those into resources. Alright. Medium battery. Let's take a look. True. Way too often in games I get myself in trouble with grenades, so I tend to, if possible, turn them into resources more often than not. Do a little more looking around while that's going in there. And man, have I gotten into some horrible trouble with grenades in Fallout games. I swear, it's like, oh yeah, I'll just do the vats and throw a stick of dynamite over there. The dynamite somehow manages to come immediately back to cinder. Let's drop you, because I think... There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said earlier, my computer's not great. It might have been. I do have a notice here that we just had a spike of lost frames, which that can be either they just didn't send because my computer wasn't able to, or some other reason. Oh. That's always fun. Alright. I noticed this game still shows I have that option where if you hit control, the circle appears around your mouse to help you find it. Since I have 3 monitors, that helps. that ring shows through this game every once in a while. I don't know if it comes out on stream, but whenever I hit control to like crouch, I'll see the ring flash across my screen. All right. It did not like that. I thought I... Can I move these at the start of the queue? Yes. Yeah. It's nice to see the animation. I get that, especially if you're building the game. You want to have that animation be there, but for the player, we just want to use it. Reminds me of how spoiled we got whenever we could play the new, at the time, new Monster Hunter World, and you didn't have to sip and flex when you took a potion. You could sip and run while you were running, or while you were drinking the potion. That injury spoiled me on what I felt should be able to be done in a Monster Hunter. Yeah, especially the small Duracells, you know. Okay. We are. Helipad. Has the ladder already been kicked down? If it can be kicked down. Oh, looks like it goes down to some stuff. Memories, batteries. Looks like a caretaker bot. Cannibalism! I vote cannibalism! I don't think many kids nowadays have seen the old Sam and Max cartoon that showed on Fox back in the day. Population varies. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I could just get some new actuators. My shoulders have been torn up from jobs working like sawmills and construction jobs and that, like. I wonder if I build a storage chest here, if it will actually let me use it kind of like it does on the boat, where I can use the materials wherever I am. Ooh. Ah, well, didn't mean to just completely remove that. So they have a range that, okay. So we are creating a lot of materials here. Now I wonder if we have the items to build the components to build a medium battery. Like at this point we should. He finally ran out of stuff to eat. Alright. So. We have a lot of copper. Holy heck, we have a lot of copper. And iron. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Tide girl, huh? Alright, I think we should now have the materials. We need ingots, the class that we can only put them on pallets and move them with the forklift. Keep the heat in. Now then. Nice fog, or is that snow? I almost can't tell. Either way, nice effect. There we go. Yeah. No point. Good point. Also, let's kick you on. Because I want... lots of those. We'll save on top of the one that was just 17 minutes ago. And while that prints a bunch of bullets, we'll close the door for some privacy while we charge a little bit. Not much. Stop. There we go. Once I set it to where it's just me getting power, the whole thing's just does not like it. Alright. I built this infrastructure. I'm drinking it, okay? I can always make another Marimea. I made this one after all. Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. I need to go back and watch that movie again sometime. Or the 3-episode OVA, the original, uncut. Really kind of shows how much power we use as like this robot that we are, because yeah, this thing over here is pumping out cans of bullets, and us just standing here was taking 5 to 6 times the power that thing is. We'll let it finish this stack and then stop it. And So we'll have enough bullets for, you know, a small American weekend. Okay, I got too ambitious. I think this is it. Once this stack is done, boop. Alright. You turn off. You in my belly. You keep doing what you do. Stick our head outside. Ah, no wonder. It's nighttime now. Okay. Sorry, bub. Can't fix you, so sending you to the old bot's home. Yes, we have those 3 wind turbines connected and all fixed now. But thank you for the reminder, because I do tend to walk away. Robot the Builder. Alright. I don't know. I kind of like the. I do like the old Krusty bots, but it is funny how your character is this almost Mac, like Apple's Mac style look, where he's just so clean. And then there's this weird, almost cult-like reverence towards the caretaker. I mean, you're going to be bringing back humanity. But it just seems fitting that the Apple bot is, like, the one that they're like, ah, caretaker, please save us with your wondrous wonderment of wonder. Also, I love how games like this, in all honesty, the fate of the world is now in the hands of the average Joe who can just build a house, wire a house. I mean, yes, we're a robot, but in the end, we're just doing, like, relatively normal stuff. Okay. Nope. Shoot the bot. to like knock him off? Or... Actually, let me try something here. Anything else left in our build queue? No? Alright. We are going to just simply... Just one more source of power. Also begs the question, could your bot play Doom while it rebuilds the world? As I charge, the entire system out here goes dark. All the lights shut down. 93, the classic. You know what, though? If it could play the new one, that'd be pretty cool, too. I admit the new one, really? You know, I guess Doom 93 is actually amazingly, efficient compared to modern games. Like, people make fun of old games, but it's like, no, those games worked. And they worked on a lot less power and resources than, heck, even basic text documents nowadays. Okay, now then. That's right, we had this problem earlier. Alright, now then. I'm gonna drain this whole place dry while I build more cables. It's kind of cool to see the cable flash every time I finish building something, and it needs to refill my little bit of energy that was expended. It's so close. Can I move you? No. You know what, though? Put that there. Wait. Okay. Oh, do I need to get permissions? Yep. Alright, well. Ah! Ribley's inside. That's right, we should have enough power to actually open the door now. So that's a pass-through. Hey, puppy. He just flopped out on the floor and is just looking at me. No more up. Let's go down. Now then, what if I took a grinder to the last hope of humanity?
Welcome to the true meaning of your existence. This is what we were made for. You've proven that what was lost can still matter. Carry this truth forward, Caretaker. There is much yet to be done. The Lazarus racks have stood empty and broken long enough. Restore one to working order. It's our only hope of bringing humanity back from the silence. The relay atop the Lazarus waits quietly. Its guidance is crucial. Bring it back online, Caretaker, and let its signal shine again.
Why would we want to grow more humans? I don't like the ones I know. These things are Lazarus pods. Okay. Insert seed. I'm a robot, dude. Calm down. There you go. Where are my cat girls, Musk? Where are the cat girls? Okay, safe room. Good to know. We like those. That's on fire. You're just like contemplating your existence here, Bubba? Let me help. Bam. And like that, he is given new life. Yeah, you can take the little, like, take them and put them in the big things. Just kind of wondered if I could do that, but it said insert seed, and just don't fit. I'm not feeling it right now. Oh, okay. You take those with you, and you get seed somewhere else, and gotcha. Didn't have much oomph to that at all, did you? Oh, well. Need to level up my hydraulics. Get some more power. You know what? When nobody's around, no, they won't know. I just keep throwing bowling balls, then declare myself to have thrown a strike. All right. You just don't care, Bubba? I guess it is pretty big, though, so... There you go. That's how you live life. You give up. I think that one worm did just, like, decide to abort itself. At their hairy carry. Kind of cool that my flashlight is strong enough to hurt these guys noticeably now compared to the previous model. Okay. A water container? Yeah, fresh water container. Gotcha. See if I can repair these. Yes, I can. There we go. Ah, yeah. Welding can really mess up your eyes if that's what got you. I know a young man that he started welding not very long ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, and he's already blind to certain colors of blue. You know, always be careful when welding. Water looks all clean and pretty whenever it's doesn't have those bugs trying to get you. Okay, so that goes up there to Lazarus. Goes up to there. Let's get rid of the bugs. Not a fan of bugs. So, oh man. Yeah, that's a heck of an arc. What kind of welder was powering that arc? The city. Yep. Charge the navigational relay at the top of the... Oh, that's that one room we needed the access permissions to get into. Okay. Hurt. There we go. I knew it wouldn't take much more to make that battery pop. Whoa! The very fact I'm alive surprises me. No, yeah, that... That'd be one. There we go. anything we need to keep. Oh, we got some bio dark. Man, I was working at a sawmill many, many years ago, and we all had the bright idea that since we frequently had to do repairs, we would hook the negative, the ground, for the welder straight to the frame of the entire sawmill. Sounds like a good idea. Then we could just kick on the. Oh, no, no. Then we could just kick on the mill or kick on the welder, fix the mill, carry on with our day. Sounds great. Man, one day I was up there and we were doing some repairs, and the foreman said, "Hey, the grounds has a bad connection. We're just not getting a good connection. Can you go and just wiggle the ground and help make sure that the clamp's got a good connection to the mill?" Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that was one thing we worried about. We tried not to weld across bearings, that mainly structural like fixes. But yeah, I leaned down and grabbed the ground while I was holding on to a belt frame that was actually the stinger was laying on further down the line, and whenever I wiggled that ground, I became the ground for just a second, and that lit up my whole world. That was not in my plans for the day. Thankfully, I was not seriously hurt, but it really taught me to think more about safety over ease of use. You know, the. Oh, puppy, puppy. You need to go outside right now? Is that what that was? Or are you wanting to play? Hold on. Let me go let him outside. I'm not even gonna worry about the be right back screen. I'm gonna let him outside. Come on. Let's let you go outside. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? No. Stug. I know. I know. It's dark outside, Bubba. We're not going to be throwing the ball right now. It's dark outside. Yeah. Um. And have you, speaking of wall plugs, have you seen the discussion, maybe debate, maybe, I don't know quite which way I would put it, with how for years in my area, whenever you install a plug in the home in my area, the standard has been three-prong plugs. Since that has been a thing, people just install, you know. Well, now there was a engineer in one of the cities here in Arkansas that tried to make it code that every plug-in had to have the ground prong at the 12 o'clock position, which is upside down to what people traditionally think of a plug to be. And he was arguing that the ground plug on the top would take some of the weight, maybe, of the any of the weight of cords hanging, stuff like that. And it just seems like a bad idea to me to have your ground plug, which is technically your safety, be the load bearing, quote unquote, plug. Truthfully, there shouldn't be a load bearing aspect. Yeah, and oh man, I saw some. You always see what would it be like? Life hacks, those 5-minute crafts and life hacks things. There was a TikTok of someone making a hanger out of wire to go around a plug, but the way it looked like it was resting on the plug, I thought, man, that's going to slip backwards over the head of that adapter, USB adapter, and that wire that you're using to hold excess cord. It's going to get across those two prongs between the USB adapter and the wall, and hopefully just pop a breaker instead of start a fire. But, you know, there's always the potential of little house fire. Little house fire on the prairie, as it were. Like another thing that kind of blew my mind, that an engineer was making a big deal about it and kind of told me, hey, you just don't have much to do with your time. An engineer at a company I worked at was losing his collective fertilizer over the fact that in one of our technical manuals, in his opinion, the wrong yeah, that's true. I've seen some houses that were wired for way heavier power loads than they should have been. And it's like, you're giving somebody who is not safe with what they plug in the opportunity to channel a lot of power through. But yeah, this engineer decided it was his duty to make a stink about the fact that in multiple manuals, the word gauge, Gauge, in his opinion, should have been gauge, Gage, which I've always heard that was like a name. That wasn't. I'm not. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I believe that's just how you spell the name, not the item. But he was real big on the fact that we were a bunch of southern rednecks who didn't know anything, and that's just how they spelled 12 gauge, like a shotgun. It's like, well, that's also how they spell 12 gauge as in, like, wire, right? Like, I'm not even trying to argue with the guy, but he was just flat out like, no, you're just a dumb southern hick who doesn't know any better, and this is not the way the world works. Gauge is Gage, unless it's in a gun, then it's Gauge. And Gage is for rail. Okay. But man, this guy, he had most of the people in the... Yeah. And like... Because I've always heard, like, you know, Gauge is for pipes and firearms, because that's the reason why the 12 gauge is Gauge, because it's like a pipe. And but that man, the guy got the either way. This guy got the whole facility worked up. I was like, man, was it really worth it to just start a fight over the like amongst the whole facility over what spelling of gauge we were using? You know, I mean, if you wanted to bring that up with the technical team that wrote the manuals and the SOPs, that's one thing, but just going out on the floor and telling everybody in the facility that we're all just the people who are building, you know, really like space age tech, that we're all just a bunch of dumb hicks who don't know any better. It's like, not a great way to make friends. Okay. Referring to a pledge challenge. When in doubt, use gauge, Gauge. Yeah, see, that's what I'd heard. When in doubt, use the Gauge, as that's like the more traditional spelling and the more widely used, and you're more likely to get it right with Gauge. Either way, I'm just amazed at the fact the dude was willing to start a fight, you know, and maybe it was because he recently transferred in from a site off to the western United States, and so maybe he felt that he needed to make a name for himself. You know, maybe that he needed to, I don't know. Either way, there were better ways to do it, let me put it that way. Not a fan of starting a stink in a workplace if you can help it. It's just not a good idea. I will say that he was from, like, I think he was from Arizona, but spent a lot of time in California. So it was one of those situations. I need to find a wall outlet to plug myself into. Yeah, I just need to have their reset button popped once or twice just to make sure that they're firing on all cylinders up there in their brain matter cage. So that's water, that's power. Having had to, or having worked multiple jobs where I was required to deal with the safety of the general public, I'm quite. I'm a little more tolerant than some of my peers. Man, uh, my little brother, my only brother, um, after he got done with his term in the U.S. Navy as a Marine adjunctee, he came home and went to being an EMT because he still wanted to have that sense of squad and family. And after a few months of pulling kids out of cars, he pulled a young boy out of a car that looked just like his. And he was just like, "No, I can't do this anymore." And me and you both are a little bit older than most people on the net nowadays, their gate, and so we understand when people, have say something stronger. It's not, you don't need to get offended, or I don't get offended. Period. People can call me stuff straight to my face, and I've heard worse. I've called myself worse. That's just how it is, right? So, do I need to take one of these Lazarus pods with me? Do I have the stuff to repair any of this? I should also clarify, just because you won't offend me doesn't mean that I won't be tired of your crap and walk away, or just deal with you only in the most, in what's required, you know? I'm not about to let somebody, just completely go off on me for no reason without some reaction. I'm not stupid, nor am I completely invulnerable to what people say. However, I find this idea of everything is personal, everything hurts my feelings. I hate that mentality, that culture. Now, Lazarus Spot. Be good. I'll leave you there. Let's grab a bunch of this stuff and see if we can fix some of those Lazarus pods upstairs. We also need to go back up to the roof and turn on the navigational beacon up there. I kept forgetting about getting this Hall of Humanity authorization, and saw the Pico machine. I was like, yep, nope, grabbing that. Carbon fiber and titanium. Man, I almost did though. Can this like go up just one more level, or is it done here? Okay, it's done here. I needed carbon fiber and titanium out of the boat, so I'm gonna run downstairs, grab that out of the boat. All right. I bet they're on the side of the stream. I'm not noticing many like catches. Not saying they're not happening. I have about a 2.1% dropped frames at the moment. It could be also because we do have a storm that is passing over, and I am using, what do you call it? Satellite internet, Starlink. Yeah, memory leaks. Oh boy. And Starlink has worked out really well so far for me. But, you know, if you are currently in a storm, you're going to have some issues. Even if it's not, like, real heavy right now, there's still a storm. Watch me have left behind, like, the one of the resources I need whenever I was dumping some of my extra into those crates. Let's just run through the middle instead of going around everything. Yep. You know what I need to do. What was that? Yeah, saying gnome made me think of what was that movie that had Ozzy Osbourne as a deer and was like by Eric Clapton's animation studio, and that was Gnomeo and Juliet, and that movie was actually pretty dang funny. The fact that Ozzy Osbourne was playing a deer. That was just like stoned out of its mind. Was absolutely hilarious. But that was at the time whenever we could have really good, fun movies like that, Romeo and Juliet. Around the same time, we had Hoodwinked, which had a lot of really good, like, tongue-in-cheek humor. You know what? Hearing Ozzy read an audiobook sounds great. Oh man. Okay. Let's run downstairs, get the stuff to make these 2 display screens, then put these, fill these boxes, start filling these boxes up here, I should say, with materials, so I can start having a cache of uh, resources here in the base, or in the Lazarus Tower. Um, Let me... Page, no. Category. There we go. Okay. That was the big thing. Like, once they got him to a doctor who actually wanted him to be better instead of sedated. Yeah, that's true. And it was kind of cool to hear, and sad, to hear him talk whenever, in his interviews where he was relatively sober. And people were asking him, like, were you ever satanic, quote unquote? He's like, no. Why would I be satanic? He's like, I'm not exactly like you don't see me in church every Sunday, but that doesn't make any sense. But man, did it sell albums? He's a real, he's a real guy. He says it like it is. He really did, though. Whenever he was sober, and once he had a doctor once again who actually cared to get him better instead of sedated. Yeah, yeah. But he had a pretty decent, like, heart, maybe? Yeah, like, he wasn't a bad guy. I don't think Ozzy ever intended to insult or hurt anybody. Now, was he crazy? Was he over the top? Yeah. Did he, like, mean to scare or hurt anybody? No. It was just kind of a little crazy. Look. A little intense. Yeah. Well, like he said in that interview, the whole "Are you satanic?" thing, really, it sold albums. Okay, wait. All these different points that I thought were, this is all for the same. Okay. All right. So I needed to bring gold. That's the one resource I forgot. And then you have to, like, keep them fed, right? Yep, I didn't bring any gold with me. You know, let's cut that in half. Split. Oh. Do you ever have, like, the... Ooh, there's a wave of those things. I knew I heard them. Do you ever get the people, like, actually out and walking around and can see them walking around, or they just are in the tubes and you're feeding them? Gotcha. Ah, okay, they go do Umi things. Seems to be a chute out the back. I guess some kind of resources fall out here. Waste, maybe? Yeah, separate the liquids from the solids. Oh boy. Oh. There we go. Yeah, they're running on simple logic circuits, no advanced stuff. I can hear it. Where is it? There you are. Hear another one. There we go. Let's put that up. a cable from here to here. Let that start charging. Yeah, the red dot's something I will definitely enjoy getting. That navigational relay charged a lot faster. I guess it did have a battery of power just waiting for it to get plugged in. Scan that? No? Oh, that's right, I gotta get there and repair it. You know what, while I'm hooked up to power. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna run over to that healing center. Because now I have to go up and climb the tower to repair that, the relay, and last thing I want is to fall off the tower again without having saved, so we're going to save. Once again, I have to say their recording of the grinder is so much better than most games. Like, I swear I can smell the cutting disc getting too hot. I don't know, people are like, that's not the disc getting too hot. They're supposed to be ground down. Yes and no. Like, there is a... There is, like, using it to what for how it's supposed to be used, and then there's, like, going hog on it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like sheet metal being cut, or with a cutting wheel kind of sound. Because there's that skipping of the wheels contact. Also, like, I've told so many people I've worked with, it's like when you're gonna, you know, start using a wheel, give it a test spin before you put it up beside your face and get down there on what you're working on. Because if that wheel was put up or dropped since it's been used, and you crank it up to full RPMs and touch it to something whenever it's broken, you might get wheel through your eye protection, through your ear protection, through your face. You know, I know it's not comfortable to think about, folks, but be safe. Just out here shaking my hose in front of everybody. The physics on the hoses and cables is fun. and like a friend who had a what do you call it? A bench grinder, a mounted grinder. I told him, I was like, Bubba, whenever you get a new wheel, because he got a used bench grinder, and he bought some new wheels for it, and I was like, please hang them and ring them. Just put a piece of wire through them, and just tap them with a wrench or something lightly before you put them in that machine, in that grinder, and throw them to full RPMs. He's like, what? Why would I do that? What's it do? And I was like, thank you for asking. What it does is make sure that there's no cracks. It won't ring if there's cracks. And then you don't end up with a, you know, grenade on your counter. Yeah. There is a plaque at one of the factories out here for a CNC machine that safety decided this needed to be like shown to people what happened or what can happen. They have a plaque that says, you know, when the machine was received at the company, you know, a local business, I think, donated money towards getting it. And then they had, like, later that day, a timestamp later that day, the first finger lost to this machine happened at. And, like, there was a die press at one facility that it was like people would get to working that foot press at a rhythm and shoving things into the machine, and they would slip and not get a plate in there properly and go to adjust it, but then their head, they've got a rhythm on when they hit with their feet. And so D-glove? Thankfully the die press was relatively small, and so whenever he was hitting that button with his foot, it just got his fingers crushed inside his glove, though. And that's another thing too, is people talk about, you know, safety. You just wear a glove, you'll be fine. Actually, sometimes gloves cause a problem too. Oh yeah, degloving. Oh yeah. We had a gentleman get his wedding ring caught in a machine, and it just slipped all the flesh and skin off of that finger. Oh man. Mm-hmm. Oh man, and we used to have a big sign in one shop that was "Where's your key?" and it was in a lathe shop because so often people leave their chuck key in the chuck and start the lathe because they get busy doing things, checking things. That's right, you can. I keep forgetting you can shoot them. But yeah, people get busy checking, checking that their parts center, all this, that, and the other, and then they start the lathe, and a few seconds later, or a second later, you just hear ting, ting, and then smack as the wall gets hit by another chuck key. And I mean, I've had it happen to me. I didn't throw the chuck key, but I started it up and I immediately hit the off button because I saw the key, but it almost threw it. It was right there. We had a we had to put up chain link around the area with the lathes because of how often keys were left in. People were walking by the lathes and getting hit by thrown keys, so they just didn't had never worked a lathe in their life. They had no idea what to even. They had no idea that a lathe had a key, and so we had to put a chain link around the lathes. And still, you'd be surprised how often they go over the top of the gap between the top of the chain link and the top of the facility, or just happen to fly through just right where they did ding the chain link, but they still got through, and we're still going fast enough to actually pop somebody. So I think they eventually. I left the facility, but they were talking about hanging flags or some other cloth items, maybe company banners, over the chain link, so it would even, stop it even better, make it even harder for things to get through. There we go. Um, One of the safety videos also that we were shown at one site, we didn't, to say that we were made to watch it isn't quite right. They told us we could elect not to, but it was like, just look away if you don't want to see it. But it was of a young woman at a facility where they made big sheets of plastic, and the machine that rolls them up, she just ran her hand across the top of the roll as she walked by, and her ring caught on the plastic, and that machine pulled her up and rolled her in the machining and ended her life faster than anybody could react. It's like there's a lot of forces at work, folks, whenever you mess with these machines, and I know I want to touch it too. I understand that one, but be careful. Twitch is probably going to freak out me talking about this kind of stuff.
Seems clearly now. Coordinates have been received. The answers we seek rest within Norfolk Grave. These crumbling chambers hold humanity's last secrets.
Norfolk Grave, huh? Now, where was the elevator I came up in? Yeah. Another facility that I saw had just a simple reel uh, that constantly pulled upwards. And so whenever you were tightening things with the chuck, as you were turning the chuck and tightening with the key, if you let it go, the reel was constantly pulling the chuck key up to go above the chuck. And that worked okay. Some people got tired of having to pull it and would take it off. And at that point, you can't completely stop people, especially in a machine shop, from finding ways to get around safety procedures. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Yeah, because then you're endangering yourself and others if you're not willing to take even that relatively low level amount of care. All right, I know that I can do more stuff to get this place all set up and running, but right now I kind of would like to see another spot for a little while. And we do have this Norfolk facility that they want us to go to, so let's do that. Oh man, yeah. Or people who go into the lathe or mill area and want to mess with things, and they are not from that area of the site. Yeah. Man, one job that I had, the first thing they did whenever you came in and said you knew how to run a lathe, mill, insert machine, they would take one of their lathes and mills it was a good one, but was old and manual, and the head machinist would loosen up all of its screws and then pop it all over with a uh, rubber hammer, and then give you a bunch of dial indicators and tools, and he's like, all right, bring it back to plumbing center and ready to go, and then we'll talk about your job. Because too many people would show up to jobs just like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly what I'm doing, and they don't. And they can learn enough, vocabulary from just internet or tutorial videos to actually seem like they know what they're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that, like make me one of these. And like my first ever work time working with a mill, or no, a lathe. I was in a class, and they were like, okay, we are going to make we're going to give you a piece of square stock, roll it down to this diameter, give it this many threads per inch of a standard American thread with a carbide tool that you will make out of this piece of cobalt on the grinder. And that was my midterm. And thankfully I'd been studying, and it was a school environment, not a job environment. So, I was given a pretty good length of time, and I had been learning about how to work the mill and the lathes and other items. But man, that was a heck of a going from the science of in class to the practice of do it. And I got an 85%, and the reason I got the 85 was because I did not deburr the threaded rod I made. It had to be 12 inches long, 16 threads per inch. No, either way, I did it, but I did not run back with the tool at just like a bare skim across the surface to take the edge off my threads. So they were so sharp that they actually could cut, and they caught the bolt. That was the test bolt that we all had to, or caught the test nut that we all had to fit onto. And so the instructor, he's like, no, it's consistent, it looks good, but you didn't deburr, you didn't bring this down from raw machined. And he said, one of the things about this class was, yes, you are the customer, quote unquote, in all of the tests. However, you need to consider it that your customer is stupider than you for the real world. And so they're not going to ask you to deburr and bring this down from raw machined to ready for customer hands. That made sense, and I was passing grade 85 because the instructor had a layout of how many points everything was worth, and final finish and production. Yeah. And it went down the threaded rod, because it didn't really have a head, so I have trouble calling it a bolt. The threaded rod went down the nut. It was just very tight and very sharp. And so, hey, I admit I could have done better, and I learned from it. Then in class, I got permission to bring in materials to make a barrel chuck to lock an action in, so that I could put it on the lathe for a threaded project I had to do for end of year. I needed to make a exact threaded, both a nut and a bolt. And I asked the instructor, since this was a class that actually was teaching firearms materials, if I could thread the end of a barrel to a firearm I had and make a protector, a nut out of a nut, to thread over the top of that to protect the threads on the end of the barrel. And they accepted that, and I got a 90% because I did not. One of the things was, and I didn't think about it when doing scoring, they wanted the nuts sides to be perfectly even. The protector did not. It was actually just to protect the threads. It was basically a sleeve that threaded down over the... I do have the ability to create mufflers for myself in my state and go through all the proper procedures so that they may be threaded onto a exhaust system connected to a single report ignition system. No, I do not have the FFL. I can't make a gun, but I do have everything on file to make mufflers and register them with the ATF. Now I have to go through a Form 1 and everything else. I cannot sell them at all. Do not ask. These mufflers are only for my own markers. But yeah, the reason I didn't get full points on my final was because the nut had to have all of its sides be almost it was very close to exactly the same size. Well, I rounded it off to be a perfect circle, because so that way whenever I slid it up on the threaded portion of the exhaust system, it didn't look out of place. But that, having rounded it off on the lathe, I kind of made it so they couldn't properly score the faces of the nut. Most people went on to mill and made the faces for the nut or something like that. Well, I was a goober and had a threaded tube basically, so they couldn't give me the final 10 points to bring me up to an A. But I'll take, what I got. I'm so glad, though, that mufflers are now no longer taxed. It's nice to not have your mufflers be taxed. True, true. Oh, one of my windmills seems to be damaged. I see sparks. Let's lower our throttle. I'm gonna go fix that real quick. Yes. Thankfully, my family does own a 300-acre wooded lot, and there are some fairly long windrows that have been cut out there. So we do have the ability to shoot pretty long ranges, mark things at relatively long ranges. Still not real sure about how sensitive Twitch is about, lead markers. Oh. I recently made built a marker that was a bullpup bolt action, and it was probably one of the weirder guns I have I said gun. One of the weirder markers I have in the way of how it feels to shoot if you're not used to it. Now that I'm talking about using the markers, I'm having a lot harder time using exhaust terminology for them. Which kind of sucks because there were some folks that were doing like cleaning streams and stuff. It's probably one of the like more awesome things that's ever happened to the Second Amendment space was some of the little VTubers that are popular who were like, "No, I have markers. I love them." Helios Reserve Gemini. Huh? Quite a few mines around this place. I actually have the throttle in reverse, I think. Yeah. One thing that was kind of odd this past deer season in my state, you could hunt with straight wall cartridges if the rifle was not semi-automatic during muzzleloading season, which kind of seems like cheating to me. You know, it's like at that point, that just because you got like a lever action 30-30, I don't think that that has enough of a lack of features to make it acceptable to use during muzzleloading season. But hey, you know, the hunting dollar, the tourist hunter, is quite powerful out here. And so making it to where, you know, there's more accessible season for out of state, you know, Yankee hunters to come in and uh um let me put it this way, firearm exposure is so common in my area that we're working on getting my dog's groupings down, you know, sub MOA. He's going to be the next John Wick someday. And it's not like everybody's just, you know, crazy yeehaw whipping out, you know, uh, their carry and going to town anytime they feel like, but you know, there is a more it's more common to see people, you know, with firearms out and about and stuff like that. I am not sure what that is. Man, I would love to have a uh oh, I heard one of those little skittering guys and I decided not to jump. Where was he? This looks like it's just a flat plate over here. It's a panel. Bolt action 22s are a lot of fun to plink with. A friend of mine has a muffler for his, and it is absolutely awesome. Also, he has night vision for it, and just great. Wow, that's a lot of materials. What is that? Oh, that's a barrel. That is... Whoop. I didn't expect the buoy to just go under like that. Yes. One of the things that my friend has been dealing with quite a lot are... Oh, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. Excessive amounts of skunks, so he's got permission to eliminate them as pests because they are in such high quantity in his area. And so he has been teaching his daughter how to be a markswoman by taking her out with that little bolt action 22 at night, and they would go hunting, quote unquote. They're just waiting, and she gets to stay up late doing hunting stuff with her dad, and he gets to, you know, get rid of some of the critters that are digging up his yards and gardens and spraying dogs and vehicles. Also, I remember whenever you used to buy brick. What did you? I forgot about you. I miss whenever you could buy gigantic bricks of 522 long rifle for a few bucks. You know, $20. Here's a 500 round brick. Have fun. Nowadays, you know, nowhere near that affordable. Oh. Hi there. Yeah. Especially like some just cheap Thunderbolt. Remington Thunderbolt was so cheap. You could buy, you know, $20, get you 500, no problem. All day, every day. Um, do we have that red dot yet? Ooh. Bolt rifle. Does it take the same ammo as the bolt pistol? Probably not. Oh, I've already got the red dot unlocked. Okay. Okay. What do I actually need instead of looking at what I want? There's a grenade. Bionics? Yeah. That's true. I do need to start making food for humies. Laser sight, there. I think I have the water purifier. I do. Yes, let's get some storage tanks. Dehumidifier. Oh, so you can like slowly gather water that way. 4 to hold, bigger container. I like that idea. It's a water tank. Water tank. Portable oxygen extractor. Lazarus pod. Those may be... Food processor. Thank you. High fat, Nutricore. Is the skimmer important at all? I've got to complete a quest to get the skimmer. Okay. Voltage minimizer. Oh, okay. Are we out of... Oh. Since I just had a large rolling ball shoot at me, let's make one of these guns. Let's see here. I did get the high fat and the Nutricore. Mind Surge, alright. Physique fuel, okay. Breacher barrel. Is that for the rifle, sounds like? Depth glow sticks, there we go. Only got 1 point left, so breacher barrel. Why not? Enhancers. There we go. And if we go added attachments, got a 30 round magazine, source display. Okay, so see you in a little bit, Bubba. Let me see, let's build some more stuff. Starting to get a lot of things we can build. There we go. Boom, boom. There we go. Let's head back downstairs, see if we've got more ammo. And our accessories are done, hopefully. Still making ammo. Okay, you know what? I did ask for a lot. A lot. But can you blame me when a giant armored orb comes rolling out of the facility I just pulled up to and starts hosing down my boat with bullets? Speaking of which... There we go. How's we not doing? We don't have much in there. If I go up here again. He seems to be more made for combat than I am, though he's not doing a whole lot of damage. Let's relatively quickly... Reflex optics. Nothing can go there, gotcha. How about there? Oh. Nope. Hey, none. None. Gotcha. It's either the suppressor barrel or the breacher. You know, we're not worried about being too quiet at this point. Alright. Nice. We actually have a legitimate, aim down sights is now more than just a vague guess. Let's put it that way. There we go. Finally broke the little core. Can I even hurt that guy? Holy crap, the scatter on this gun is very impressive. Like, we shoot everywhere. And he finally goes down. Let's quickly do one of these. Ooh, puppy. That fart was bad, Bubba. That was... Thought a gas main broke somewhere or something. Will weapon handling make that less bad? Yeah? What is it? It's like I have points, right? And equipment handling improves equipment handling. You know what? Let's just in general throw points in this. We've got points. Now then, can we shoot in a straight line? And we're a robot. We should be able to do this, right? Let's scan this little guy. I hear the skittering feet of more of those. There they are. Can I scan you? No. All right. You, pick you. Need more of them I can scan. I need 10. How many more do I need? One more. Hey, there you are.
Reverse engineering successful. Schematics confirmed. Reconfiguring for controlled operation. You can fabricate sweethearts now, Caretaker. They're now a tool we can control.
Fabricate sweethearts, huh? Let's just go on ahead and... There we go. Oh, ho, ho. Nope, nope. There's some nopes up there. Man, you take a lot of bullets. Alright. Wow, there's a lot of growths on this place. Sometimes there's just not much feedback on those, and I wonder if I'm even hitting them. Go ahead and take you apart, Bubba. Looking a little dejected there, guy. You're welcome. Housekeeping. Guess got a mess up here. Well. Stuff. Things. Okay. Now let's see if we're able to repair any of these. Not at the moment. How about some of these? How about you? No. You? No. And we are out of plastic, so most of the things we want to build we cannot. No, I'm already pretty full on a roller. Well, that's a simple but fitting name for that guy. Memories. Okay. Go thing. You. Can't I, add the attachments on that guy? Do I have to have them pulled out? Then, okay. I have to have them in my hand, then I can add the attachments. Did I make another? No, I did not. Alright. Let's make one more of these reflex sights. There they are. Then we're going to do a heck load of more ammo. I mean, we're talking a whole heckin' heck load. What's the matter, dude? What's the matter, Boba? It is late. It is dark outside. We are not gonna go throw the ball. Oh, okay. Okay. Boom. Quick. Easy. Got it. Got anything? Oh, not much. Let's turn off that light. No need to waste my battery on it anyway. While it's light outside. There you are. Should have plenty of materials now. Go. You're fixed. You're fixed. You're fixed. You are not fixed, right? No, you're fixed. Okay. And you are fixed, so... Need more plastic and iron. Of course. What's the matter? What's the matter? You are a puppy. You are a puppy. And I've been playing the video games. Is that the spot right there? You go spot? Stretch. There you go. There you go. Oh. What is it? What is it? Yeah. Yeah. Holy crap, it is 218, huh, Bubba? Okay. Okay. breathers. Welcome back, by the way. So, one of the only complaints I have with this game that I can say that I would like to have fixed. I would like a little better feedback on some enemies when you are shooting them, that they are taking damage. Like I was fighting a roller earlier, and it, there was no movement from it. I think it did spark a little bit towards the end of its life, but I was seriously wondering if this rifle was even hurting it for a little while there. Yeah, like a hit marker, a specific noise, yeah, reaction from the target. Hey, I just got shot. Ow. And what else do we want to build while I'm here? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Also the scatter on this gun, which may be that my weapon handling just is not. I did up my equipment handling by like 20 levels because the scatter on that rifle whenever I first tried to use it was so bad. I swear I was hitting things almost 90 degrees off to my left. I has a Flammenwerfer. It werfs Flammen. What's the matter, Stuggy? What do you need? You just checking things out? Okay. There we go. Where am I keeping my plastic? Plastic and iron were two things I was running out of. are we on power overall? It's actually pretty hard for me to look at YouTube videos while I'm streaming, Bubba, but I will take a look at that at some point. My computer really hates it whenever I try to like stream and look at videos. Ah, it's not cute. I'll probably save that to a favorite. I am out of cloth. Alrighty. You know what? You ain't trying to work with me at all, are you? Why are you guys using all this cloth when you're building your stuff? Let's do... Alright, can I fix any of these without cloth? That's right. Already fixed you. You are fixed. Need cloth for you, need cloth for you. Okay. How many do I have here? Okay. You go there. You. There. You. There. There. The scatter on this thing, man. already cleared the roof. I need more fabric to repair more of those. Okay. So yeah, let's go downstairs. Use the pistol instead. Rifle ammo is always appreciated. There we go. All right. Any new quests that are available? No. Okay. Metal scraps, rubber scraps. One of those little guys. And those crayons are giant. Marines would love them. Nice, we got some fabric. We can repair some of those panels up there. Food? Though now that I've got the facility open, I don't know why I'm really repairing all these things anymore. Experience. That's what we're going to say. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubba. Merle? You're bored, huh? Hey. Don't just nudge my hand off the mouse like that, you turd. Yeah. Went down there, we got the paint. This just goes down to the water. I'm wanting to say there might be a door there. I'm wanting to say because I've already been in here. Never mind. Never mind. Big yawn for a little puppy? Hmm? Big yawn for a little puppy? Oh. Well, excuse me. I wasn't going to say paper money doesn't do you much good at the end of the world, but really wouldn't do you much good with how much gold like we have. Our character's quantity of gold that he has and he goes through. Paper money just would be absolutely worthless in comparison. Alright. Oh, I didn't power up a repaired Lazarus rack. I need to go back and do that so that it will continue the main quest line. I actually kind of want to see what these look like. Snap, crackle, pop, rifle tracer stuff. That's cool. Alright. Let's go back to the Lazarus compound. Man, he will barely even move now. I need to go drop stuff off. Hmm. What's the matter with the puppy? Huh? Oh. Alright. Please, where are you? There we go. Yeah. Oh, come here. You won't play with it, so you gotta let me grab it. Come here. You've had enough of a nap while I played that now you're full of energy. There you go. So eventually I'm gonna need to be like taking out those shark things, right? Do that in the big boat or in that little skiff thing? Do you ever get weapons for your like boat? Oh, puppy, puppy, puppy. I got it. We're gonna need to get you another pull toy because this one's coming apart, Bubba. I'm afraid that this one's done for. Let me see it. I can throw it if I think. There you go. Get him. Uh-uh. Hey, don't bark. You're gonna max out the audio levels and blow out some people's headphones. Hope nobody was wearing earphones. I'm actually about to clock out too. I'm gonna get to the Lazarus Center here and save once I park my boat. And yeah, it's 10 till 3 here as well, and that's getting to be a little too late. Take care, Gate, though. You still here, Maltor? There you go. Good boy. Health is full. Alright, backup completed. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about 7 minutes from 3 a.m. where I am. I think I'm going to call it a night for now. And we have played long enough that Stug has had enough of a nap that he is very awake now. But you all take care of each other. Good to each other. And we'll see.